And if you remember last year, my title of my presentation was content, content, content. Well, hopefully this year you'll see what we've been doing. It's not all been successful, but it's been mainly successful. So without any more, I'll start off. Now, of course, we are here on the 30th anniversary of the Amiga computer. If you were here last night, or if you watched the stream, oh, you couldn't watch the streaming video of the Viva Amiga movie, we got to see a very poignant, bittersweet story of the rise and fall of the Amiga. And 2 or 3 times through the movie, we heard about how it was dead, how we're all crazy. Well, perhaps I am. Yeah, but, and also, I think someone said in the movie, there'll be no Amiga 5000. Well, I'm here to tell you, there is an Amiga 5000. It's called the Amiga 1X 5000. And I always wanted an Amiga 5000, so I was very pleased when we put a vote out to the community, and the community selected that name for the new computer. So anyway, 30th anniversary, Andy Warhol, Debbie Harry. We all heard RJ's story about Andy Warhol clicking everything. Would the flood fill work? And it did. And that's kind of the life of the early Amiga. Now, obviously, in 2010 was my first AmiWest. And that's when we announced the Amiga 1X 1000. It seems like a long time ago now. And I did have black hair then. All right, a bit of dye might have helped, but generally it was black. We know about this, don't we, Brian? So in 2010, we announced the Amiga 1X 1000. The beta test started in September 2011. It took a long time to get there because of a number of issues. The first contact systems shipped at the end of the year. I think one shipped at the end of the year, so I can say 2011, but they actually shipped in 2012. And I'm pleased to say, I'm sad to say as well, that we sold our last X1000 last week, 2 weeks ago. So it's done really well, so I'm really pleased. I would like to sell more, but a number of issues prevented us from doing that, and mainly to do with the availability and cost of the PA Semi CPU. But anyone who's used an X1000, and we're using this for the show today, and we used it last night to stream the HD video for Viva Amiga, knows that it's a really good, solid, reliable computer. Okay. Next one, please. Of course, we didn't stop with the X1000. I was stupid enough to start another project called Cyrus, and this took a long time. And this was the early Cyrus. It was a small cut-down board which could run 3 different CPU types. And we, the developers, had a number of issues. We made some errors, made some mistakes, and it never really came to fruition because the cost of the board was such that we couldn't get it any cheaper than the X1000, or so we thought. And so it didn't make sense to make a smaller board with less features at the same price. But I'm pleased to say that eventually we created a replacement for the X1000 based on the Freescale Core IQ, PA Semi, PA Semi on my brain, a P5020 processor running at 2 gigahertz. This is the beta test one, which shipped in 2014. Beta testers have had their systems for a long, long time, and a number of issues to do with software support, porting, has slowed down the release of this machine. But I'm pleased to say that we're getting very close for OS4 to a release. Yep. And of course, we got a pre-release version of Final Edition on the X1000. People get hung up with names. Final Edition doesn't mean anything. What it means is it's a snapshot at that time of what is regarded as a stable Amiga operating system. And Stephen Solly can tell you more about that. But it's a snapshot, stable, there it is, Final Edition. If you're a beta tester on AmigaOS, AmigaOS 4, you'll know you're getting updates all the time. And they come in daily. They come in too quickly sometimes. And when they go for a stable ISO, they try to get everything up to a similar level. PowerPC, Linux operating systems already run on the X1000. I mean, there's a number of them. We will probably provide a live distro with the X5000 when we do eventually ship it. And of course, I'm pleased to say that we want to support multiple operating systems, and MorphOS is now running quite nicely on the X5000. I spoke to the developers at the Germany show, and they think it will be shipped with their next MorphOS release, which may be the next 3 to 6 months. But they're always very careful about announcing releases. But the good news is, like the SAM 460, you can have a next generation machine which can run designed for AmigaOS 4, but can run MorphOS. So I see that's great for the users, and that's what I want to see more of. And if we get AROS running on this as well, I'll be really pleased. So AROS, MorphOS, AmigaOS, and Linux, more the merrier. The boards, this was taken about a month ago. I saw a picture. Matthew has a video cam on the web looking at his workshop. And he showed me the other night, and I saw the cupboard that they're in. The cupboard's now full. There must be 160 boards in there. So yes, we would like to release it sooner rather than later. And you've got to remember, we've paid for this all up front. All the NRE, all the development costs, all the prototypes. Obviously, the beta testers got a special deal on their boards, and they paid for a discounted price to get into the program. But all these boards that are stacking up are all on us, so we need to start selling these boards. So I'm pleased to report that once Matthew gets back home, because he's in control, the Amiga One X1000 pre-order website will be up and live. He's got the skeleton there already, just hasn't finished completing it. Some little show called AmiWest got in the way. We have a 5040 prototype. Like the 5020, it's free scale, P5040 CPU, quad-core. Quad-core, dual-core makes a little difference these days because we don't have multi-core support yet. But hopefully Stephen Soley of AmigaOS team lead, OS4 team lead, can tell us more about that. It's a 2.2 gigahertz, 64-bit quad-core. And I'd imagine sometime next year we'll have some of these systems available. We're working on the firmware now, some firmware changes for U-boot. Last year, content. Well, I hope I can say we've actually delivered. So next one, please. We launched, if you remember last year, we talked about our new Ami store. It was launched November after AmiWest. I'm pleased to say that Matthew issued build 661 this week. Matthew is the developer of Ami store. It's a really big job. He's done a really good, I think he's done very well. And 661, we don't have many software titles on yet, but 44 and growing. We have 700 registered customers who are regularly ordering from Ami store. We've had about 2,200 orders, paid orders to date in 10 and a half months. And it's proven very, very popular with developers. And so much so, next one please, that X are exclusively publishing all of their Amiga titles through Ami store. And they do this for a number of reasons, and I think they've said this on the web. We host and deliver the software. You don't have to worry about that. We look after version control and bug reporting, and you can bug report through Ami store. We do the marketing and live sales reports for them. So anytime they can go into their port of Ami store, see what they're selling, see what's happening, see bug reporting. We deal with, not so problem in the US, but we deal with the complexity of the EU sales tax, which is really complex. They changed it all at the beginning of this year. So we account for all that for the developer. They don't have to worry about that. And we have a secure checkout with PayPal. And Matthew's just added, and you'll see it the next week or so, 2 more weeks probably, credit cards. So we've been asked for credit cards. A lot of Eastern Europe, they want to use credit cards. They don't want to use PayPal. So we'll have credit card usage as well, again under the secure system. Any questions about Ami store, please speak to Matthew.
I was going to ask if you're going to open it up to the other.
Yeah, I would like Ami store to be, I'll go on in my talk. You'll see why I want to open it up, okay? So what have we been doing? We've been wanting to create more software content for PowerPC, next generation Amigas, and classic Amigas. So we've been working on acquiring iconic classic titles, and you've seen us pick a number of those up. Personal Paint, Image FX, Aladdin 4D, etc., etc. We're developing new software and titles and utilities. You've seen multi-viewer. We have multi-edit, a tabbed editor, and we have a clip viewer, so you now have historical clip viewing, multiple clip viewing, and they all interact live. I'll show you a picture in a minute. And we're sponsoring major software porting projects. Some are coming to fruition, some are quite slow, and we're supporting AmigaOS and compatible system developers, software developers. We set up a dedicated SVN. We now have 14 developers engaged with NDAs, and it's growing. We have 23 paid projects ongoing for adding new content. And we have Mantis bug tracker implemented so developers can report and we can check and track bugs. And it's just in the last 3 or 4 months it's really starting to come together. Perhaps you can play the video. That'd be nice. Thank you. It's funny how these things come around. If you think back to the Amiga.org logo, and people say, why do we buy Amiga.org? We bought it for the logo. And that was actually created in 1999, 2000 for Amiga.org by Kevin Saunders, who does a lot of our graphics artwork. Kevin created that video. So it's funny how things go around and come around. So the full screen, that's great. So we're taking a lot of these utilities we're building and these applications we're building, and we're putting it together in an enhancer software pack. If you remember Commodore early days, they had an enhancer software pack for the version 1.3, I think, and they all had one for version 2. So this is our nod to the past. So our enhancer software pack will include multi-viewer, clip viewer, multi-edit, Workbench Candy, TuneNet, and many more applications. So if you want to click on. These are 3 programs running, not the same program. Multi-edit, multi-viewer, clip viewer. They have real-time data sharing between all 3 programs. So when you make a change in one, it updates the others. So we're really excited about this. It actually gives us a much more modern applications to run on the AmigaOS. You can talk to Matthew, but he'll tell you the plans for the classic version, and I presume it will include similar things in classic. Yes? Good. We acquired Octamed. You'll be pleased to know that Octamed is now running natively on OS 4. This is the player. We acquired TuneNet. We've got an update to TuneNet, which will be coming out very soon. It gets rid of the fix, the kludge, for shoutcast, and it also adds a few little extra features. And this will be our first update to TuneNet. Workbench Candy, that'll be on the Enhancer CD. We've just released a new autumn animated Workbench backdrop. If you see that, it's probably the most artistic one we've got to date. It's very relaxing. It's autumn leaves fluttering and slowly falling. Yeah, really good, I think. SysInspector, if you remember SysInspector, we've now acquired the rights to SysInspector, and that'll be on the Enhancer software pack, plus a number of others. But this is a call to all developers. I don't care whether you're AROS, MorphOS, AmigaOS. I want developers like the Hollywood developer who doesn't mind developing for any platform, creates key software, and then ports it to the platform. Obviously, our main interest is OS 4, that's where we come from. but if we can do it for MorphOS, Eros, it's great, because it's good for the developer, because hopefully he'll sell more copies, and we'd like to obviously put it in through AmiStore anyway, to increase the content. And of course, we want support for multiple operating systems. Some of you may have seen a strange-looking beast at the back. Many years ago, about 2007, when I first started dealing with Michael Batalana, I said, look, we could have a classic laptop. You've got Amiga Forever, let's do a classic laptop. I hate running Amiga Forever on top of Windows. I hate the way when you open a classic program, it goes through the windows, all the aspect ratios are wrong, it's not good. So let's have a classic, it's difficult, can't do that really. And you remember the, what was it, KX Lite he did? So I even came up with a silly name for it, and it was a laptop incorporating a classic experience. You put them all together, and what do you get? Alice. So back in 2007, I wanted an Alice laptop. It's taken 8 years to get there. And with the help of Jan from AmiKit, and a team which includes Ken Lester, who's here today, and has been demoing Alice, Pat Wall, who's part of our core Linux development team for Aeon, Kevin Saunders, who does the graphic artworks, Tony Williams, obviously the WinUE guy. We've put a laptop together which actually is pretty sexy. If you're into x86, right? If you're not into x86, it doesn't matter. But I have to use x86 for some Windows programs I can't use. I prefer to use Linux if I have to use a x86. But on this, you can use Windows, you can use Linux, you can use AmiKit, it looks native, you boot straight into it. Or you can use, if you have the ROMs, the PowerPC ROM and the Picasso 4 ROM, you can actually buy a copy of Classic OS 4 Classic for 4.1 for Classic Amigas, and that will run as well. And you can see them all being demoed at the back. So, I love that picture. Yeah. I said, look, I want something that's Dali-ish, and is Alice in Wonderland, and doesn't infringe any copyright. So I think we did quite well. So what we've got is an AmiKit runtime environment, an Amiga Forever core, so we're legal. We're using licensed ROM images and some classic Amiga OS files, Ubuntu Linux installation, a standard Windows installation, an Amiga OS 4 classic option if you've got the other ROMs, and you've got your licensed version of Amiga OS 4.1 Final Edition Classic. Now, in the German show, I just put a little. Actually, I put our next board, our next system, and it's called the A1222. It's part of the Amiga 1200 series, Amiga 1 1200 series, and it's been at 4 or 5 shows, and no one's even noticed. I just left it there in box and just let people look at it, and no one's mentioned it, no one's said anything about it, so it's quite good. So at the German show, Christian Zagotsky, who's part of our core Linux development team, and the Linux developers have had the board for about 6 or 7 months. They've got really good Linux distribution on it. The OS4 developers had it for a similar time. We just left the system running with it doing playing an HD video concurrently with a 3D Gears demo, concurrently with a LibreOffice animated presentation. So all three running concurrently on this little device, and I didn't know at the time, but Christian left the side off. So people were coming to take lovely pictures. And also Christian bought this nice book he created, which was how to install Linux on the A1222. It was kind of a giveaway. So the cat was out of the bag. And there's the boot screen for the A1222, the early boot screen. It's mini ITX board. It's designation of the board's Tabor. Tabor is part of the Jules Verne link that viruses have. Tabor, Cyrus, Nemo, all part from that link. The B-52 song title is Topaz, which is right on so many levels. I mean, the early Amiga font, great. It's a Freescale P1022 CPU. I've seen lots of interesting things written on the forums about it. You have to make your own mind up. I'm extremely pleased with that CPU. And why did we choose it? Well, you've got to remember that when chip companies say, we've got this new lovely chip, it's never available. It's just a pre-announcement. So when we started this project, there were no T-series chips out there. So, and these things take time to come to fruition. You may actually see reference boards available for the T-series. Actually, they're not available because they don't have them. They have the more expensive boards. Like with Cyrus, when we developed that, we bought a reference board from Freescale. It cost us actually £3,000. What's that, $5,000? That's typically the sort of price you pay for reference boards. It's not always the same, but typically it is. Price. What is the price of it? Well, no price has been mentioned, and the figures I saw on the forums are laughable, but speculation is good. I always think speculation is good, and I always think published is good or bad. So I never correct it unless, just to say that there's been no price set. However, it's our intention that we are building 1,000 of these in the first run. We're getting volume, and we're going for low price. So we're going for low price on this when it does finally come out. This is not your X5000 price or your X1000 price. This is almost a loss leader because we believe content's what's going to drive this. We can sell more content. The growth of AmiStore, sales through AmiStore has convinced us there's a pent-up demand in the Amiga community for quality software. So if we can have more hardware, more low-cost hardware, we'll get more sales of software, and that can help support the hardware. Okay? It runs Debian Jessie. It runs it well. It can run the special SPE version, or it can run the standard version. The standard version is a little slower, very usable still. The SP version is a little faster. One has one is set up for the special floating point unit, and one isn't. And just to prove that it was at the shows, whoever was at the Amiga 30th in the Computer History Museum, that's me at the back, next to Michael Batlan and a few others. And there's my hand on a table. So it was sitting on the display with all the Amigas. So I didn't want it to lose out. I thought it was very unfair for it to lose out. And that included Pegasuses and Sams and you name it. They were all there on that display that day. So I'm pleased to say Tabor was already also there. But really, I'm really pleased it's the 30th anniversary. I'm really pleased it's over. I'm totally tired. But I think it's great that we can celebrate the Amiga 30th here at AmiWest. But forget the Amiga 30th, we'll be here next year. So when all the hullabaloos died down, Amigans, true Amigans, will still be here celebrating and enjoying our hobby. And whatever your color your hobby is, red, blue, black, green, I don't care. Just enjoy it as an Amigan. That's me today. So I've got time for a few questions. Dave.
Have you had any discussions with the MorphOS dev team about porting MorphOS to
The MorphOS dev team have a couple of boards.
I want you to take my money now.
No, LD, can I remind you something? On the laptop.
I got plenty.
Because you've already put your money in for the table board.
I'll give you all my
Yeah.
bringing my stuff down in the elevator just before I walked in. The guy was there looking at some flip through stuff. Amiga, I remember that from like the 90s or something. Is that coming back? I said, well, it's in process. And they got really excited. That was an awesome computer.
Yeah, well he was right. And we had the privilege of seeing the Viva Amiga movie, and only if you've been to the Germany show, the California show, and AmiWest, you've seen that movie. So I would say probably 1,200, 1,300 people have seen that movie. It's a very poignant, bittersweet story. And last night when I was watching, I was thinking, if only. But there is that little uplift towards the end, and it's people like us. And At the German show, Dave Haney said, he's really surprised that 30 years on, something he was involved as a young man, it still has such an impact. And he was thanking the community. He's thanking us. And because we've kept it going. It's us that's kept it going, right? And I can't think of many other really, group of people that have done this. I mean, there are lots of little user groups. I mean, there's 64, there's Atari, but there's something special about the Amiga group, I think. Whether, whatever flavor you like, there's something really special about us. Good special, not special needs. Yeah, sure. Oh, too late. Too late. It's in manufacturing. What we did with both the Cyrus and the table boards is we pre-ordered all the long lead time items and paid for them. So we paid for 1,500 boards, 5 for Cyrus and 1,000 for the table. So we paid for all the long lead time stuff. That's the CPUs and some other components. So we've actually paid for most of it. So when it's delivered, we have as Matthew will tell you, that's why his hair's going grey, that we have obviously some balancing payments to make, but we've made an awful lot of commitment up front. So when you hear certain people on the forums, making comments, just don't believe them. I mean, just proof of the pudding's in the eating. We will deliver. We are delivering. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, so I've got a few. Quick question here from Amiga World from the A500 fan. He's curious to know that if he pre-orders an X5000, he's looking for sort of shipment time. Do you think it's possible it might ship by the end of the year?
The question was, when will the X5000 ship? Will it ship before the end of the year? The final decision for AmigaOS 4 is up to Stephen and his team. We've tasked them with delivering a minimum viable product. We're very close. We've made great strides in the last few months. And hopefully Steve will give us an update during his talk. I would be very disappointed if we didn't ship before the end of the year. The boards are there. No, this is not a challenge to Stephen. When I say a minimum viable product, I mean a product that goes out there. It'll still need some drivers, but it'll get you up and running, and there'll be updates coming out, regular updates. And that's exactly what we did with the X1000. Despite what you might read on the forums, the X1000 is very well supported with drivers. We do need multi-core support, but that's endemic for all the systems. We need them. But you'll see drivers come. But when you get a system, you'll have sound, you'll have Ethernet, you'll have video, you'll have all those nice things.
Along those lines, another Amiga org member, Seneca, is curious. Here, did you all determine what the specs will be on the X5000 initial chip, like memory?
Actually, I haven't really thought about that. Matthew's dealing with that. The question is, what are the specs for the X5000 that's shipped? It's a system. So it's a tower case. We've got a new case. It's got the bowling ball on the front. It's again, based on a fractal design. It will have the RAM. It may have an Ethernet card initially. It will have a sound card initially. Yeah. Oh, it will always have a sound card. Yeah, we took the decision to have a sound card. That's right. And it will have obviously a hard drive and CD-ROM drive.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's go into 3 more.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, cool. So we've got some paper questions. A bunch of them. I think basically the main one here from everybody is, given the fact that the FPU is a little bit different than the traditional RPC, were you confident when you chose it?
Well,
Hyperion about making things soft.
yeah, I will. It's all about the special FPU that's in the P1022. We spoke with the Hyperion developers, the kernel developers, and asked them, were there anything specific they needed to worry about? I said, no. So we will just, we'll handle that. We've done it before. The SAM460 has some missing commands. We just handle it. We'll do the same with this. So when they said that, I thought, well, I wasn't concerned. I've seen on the forums recently that someone under the name of Hyperion MP, I don't know who that is. No, actually I don't, because it said that that it's not a problem. So I'm not a software developer. Okay. Again, I would ask Steve to cover that in his talk. Sorry, Steve.
All right. I guess besides Alice, Rob at Amiga.org is curious if there's any sort of laptop with portable hardware anywhere in your roadmap.
No comment. The question was, is there a laptop or portable hardware in our roadmap? I'm going to say no comment. Okay?
And lastly, Oldsmobile Mike at Amiga.org is curious about when Prisma Megamix will.
Actually, I'm very curious about, the question is, when will Prisma Megamix ship? Prisma's been ready for a long, long time, the hardware. Actually, I've been accusing Matthew of feature creep, because we've added lots of new features. It now records as well as plays. And of course, if you feature creep, you never get things out. So there's one final, he's smiling at the back there. But Matthew, when's Prisma Megamix going to ship?
Hopefully soon.
We have all the hardware, all the boards. How many? Couple hundred. Okay. So it's ready. We've got. It's actually the SVN starting to prove real dividends, because that obviously is on the SVN, and the developers who are working on it are actually collaborating very well. So we've already seen the benefits of having SVM and a developer list. And I have to thank Steve Solly for that, because he recommended it.
Well, there are some other Amiga.org questions, but the questions all relate to specifications of the table.
Yeah.
Besides the processor, are you able to expand on that yet, or are we waiting for a formal announcement?
We will do probably a launch when it's ready. We'll do a launch. So I think we're trying to think where we'll do that at the moment. In Europe or somewhere else. Special launch party. Any other questions from the floor? Okay, thanks very much, guys.
Haven't been introduced by a choir for a while. Okay, do you want to take a break before Steve Soley's presentation, or do you want to do it right now? 5 minutes? Okay, we'll do 5 minutes. And so our Amiga Future Forward Sunday will continue with Stephen Soley. Oh yes, and there's a raffle coming up. There's a raffle coming up right now. Go look, they're on the table.
Okay, are we ready? Are we ready? Not yet, huh? Okay, all right. Well, I don't think Stephen Sully really needs an introduction, but you know, we'll give one anyway for somebody who might have been asleep for the last 5 years. He's our developer team lead for AmigaOS 4, and the future is fast approaching. So his presentation about AmigaOS and the future is up now. And oh, I need to give you a mic, don't I? That would probably be a good idea, because we're trying to record this. Yes. Yes, exactly.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Hello, hello. Is it working? I can hear it echoing. There we go. All right. You wanted, Brian, do you want to announce, or I'll just go? Okay. So this seems to be okay. What the? There's a bug on the screen. I love this. Yeah. Okay. So I'll get things started. So what I'm doing at this moment is representing Hyperion. 'Cause I have multiple hats, so it gets confusing for some people, especially web forum people, which hat I'm wearing at that moment in time. So this is my Hyperion hat. So Hyperion's a corporation, thus I can't really, say some things that I normally would say if it was in my other hat. So just a FYI, if I'm talking corporate speak, it's because I'm doing it on purpose. I will try not to, but sometimes it happens. So today I just want to do a quick run through, and I'll get through to some questions, because it seems to be a lot of curious people out there. So we'll get to that. So yes, so this is the new banner that I was given, that Hyperion has commissioned. So gone is the orange. We have orange in the logo still, and it has a little home of AmigaOS over there. It's quite nice. I applaud the removal of the orange. Next one, please. So, back one. There we go. So founded in February 25th, because there's Amiga 30th on now, so I'm just going to do a tiny bit of history. I dug this up. 1999 is when it started, and they did entertainment software, games, way back when. And they've been developing AmigaOS itself since 2001. Why they acquired the operating system is a long, sordid story of woe, I suppose. Anyway, they're in charge of it, or holding it, since 2001. Next slide. So this is actually AmigaOS based on the 3.1 source code from 1994. The 3.5.3.9 stuff was a different company, and they did not share their source code. There was some kind of dispute going on at the time, and thus we had to start with the 3.1 source code. So there was a little catching up to do there. Some components were ported from pure 68K assembly. Like the console device is one example. So we had take the 68K assembly, turn that into C or C++ or some language, and then port it to PowerPC, because you can't, going assembly to assembly doesn't seem very wise decision. We're trying to get it to a higher level language. Some components were replaced entirely, like the exec. The old 68K exec has been tossed, so to speak, and a new C-based exec was put in its place. Some PowerPC assembly mixed in, but some components were subsumed, as I call it, pulled into. They used to be third-party components, and they were absorbed into the OS proper. For example, Picasso 96 no longer exists as an entity since Final Edition, so it is gone. Assimilated. Yes. Yes. Yes, I like that. And of course, they added new components, application library, a bunch of other brand new, never existed before in AmigaOS. So it's kind of a mishmash of sources. Next slide, please. Now, the current state, as of today, we have 4.1 Final Edition, and as Trevor mentioned, Final Editions confuse some people. Final Edition doesn't mean the end. Final Edition means the end of 4.1, the stream 4.1. This should be the last major release for 4.1, because we've had quite a lot of releases and updates for 4.1 over the years, right? And so they wanted to designate this one as the last time we're going to do a release for 4.1. Now, as you know with movies, doesn't mean it's the end either. Because I've seen guys say final this and then they'll go final reborn or something. So you never know. Yeah, when I heard about the title, I said, "Are you sure you want to call it final? Are you really, really, really sure?" Because people are going to get the wrong idea if you go and change your mind later. I said, "Oh no, this is it." Okay. I've been in software long enough to know not to say final, but anyway. They insisted, marketing people. And the OS runs on these various bits of hardware. I don't think I missed anything. No, it runs today publicly. You could buy it right now, hardware. Actually, no, you just ran out of X1000 boards, didn't you? You just said. So, oh dear, let's take that one off. Yeah, that's true. Pegasus stopped being produced, I don't know when. But SAM 440, I don't know if 440 and 460, if they're going to make many more. I guess if we put in an order for 1,000, they will. So you can't say never. Who knows? So that's the current state. That's our current state. Next slide. So what's coming next, right? So we're, of course, going to do an update to Final Edition. See? Never say final. See? Why did they label it final? Anyway. Now, the Final Edition is going to be after the 5,000 release, because we want all of the OS releases to be at the same level, because the 5,000 is going to run 4.1 Final Edition, right? But it's got all sorts of bug fixes since then, and enhancements and what have you. So the other platforms have fallen behind from your point of view. So we got to get them all back to normal, all back to the same level. So we're going to get the 5,000 shipped and then do the software update for all the other platforms. Because I know I had lots of questions in IRC and such. Where's my update? Where's my update? Well, sorry. Got to wait for the 5,000. There's a stack of them somewhere, and we got to get them out. The hardware people are very demanding that way. And then, of course, next will be the Amiga X5000 and the Amiga A1222. Oh, there's ones in there, too. I've accidentally shrank the one. It's an accident. These things happen. Next slide. What comes after that, right? So say we've shipped that tomorrow, right? We're not, but we're going to ship it. Then what's after that? Well, 4.2. Now, 4.2, I believe, was announced AmiWest. What year was that? A long time. Ben Hermans was here representing Hyperion at that time. 2010 was it? Okay. Not a great track record so far. But the current name is still 4.2. I've suggested actually changing that to 5.0 or something, right? But, you know, just forget that happened 5 years ago. These aren't the droids you're looking for, right? So, but we'll see what happens, what the final name will be. But the big feature is that I want as team lead now is multi-core, because that's been promised since 2010 or maybe even earlier. I don't call it SMP because I like multi-core support, because SMP has connotations. But anyway, it will use all the hardware available is the big important thing to know. Because we have a dual core this, dual core that, and we have a quad core in the works. We got to support multiple cores, right? And AmigaOS was never designed for multiple cores. So how do you do it? Well, there's a nice little essay that was written on our blog and how it's going to be done. No, I'm not qualified for that. No, because the trick is to do the multi-core without breaking everything, right? That's the trick. But the hardware, the hardware also has tons of RAM, right? And AmigaOS is a 32-bit OS. So you're like, well, what about my 16 gigs of RAM, which I bought for $30? RAM prices have fallen a little bit. Well, we're also addressing that, which I haven't mentioned on there. How to get 32 back into 64 without breaking everything, right? Now, you could go what I call the easy way and just throw a new kernel underneath and throw it in a virtual machine, throw it in a box or whatever you want to call it. But that's not really what I think is the Amiga way of doing things. Like I can run WinUAE on 1 core, 2 core, 3 core, and my multi OS now, right? And plus all the software breaks, of course. So this is what macOS had to do to move on, but they had a couple more programmers and some funds, right? Yeah, and they had a time limit too, because everyone else is going, right? We're kind of special. We don't really have a time limit other than death. And what the users demand, right? And the user demand has always been, make Amiga run on my hardware. It's not make Linux run on my hardware and throw Amiga on top. That wasn't the demand I'm hearing. No, make Amiga run on it. So it's like, oh, that's a lot of work. It's a lot of money. But trying, right? Trying. We'll see what happens in the end. I actually enjoy the challenge of making the Amiga kernel run on the new hardware, not some other guy's kernel and you go on top and stuff like that. It is doable. Yeah, it is doable. Yeah, it is doable.
40 years.
Yeah, again, time is a big issue. Money is an issue too, but not as bad as time. In my mind, time is the enemy here. We got to get some products out because there's a huge demand for Amiga software, and I think Aeons have proven that to themselves now. Right? I've always told you, but you don't listen. now you know, right? The store is out there. People are buying, right? Yep. There you go. There's the proof, right? Now, being a corporation, they had to go slowly and be careful. So, just don't believe some wacko. But I think it's proven now, and And the more products you ship, the more people will enjoy it, the more people will invest in it, right? Because they just want to have fun. We got some extra cash lying around usually. Throw it at this, throw it at your car hobby or whatever else, right? So 4.2, I don't have a release date or anything like that for that, but I'm poking the management to get additional hardware platforms, of course, are always in the works. There's always more in the pipeline. The pipeline has not dried up. That's what I can say about that. Yeah, yeah. The hardware takes a enormous amount of upfront money and lead time to come out. So you want to start these projects 2 years back to have it ready today, right, or more, and you're going to pay for at least 2 board respins. In my experience, there's never right the first time, almost the second, third one works. That's generally any board. So, yes. Yes, 4.2 will support all hardware, but if you have a classic machine, multi-core is not going to be exciting to you, is it now? Well, yeah, there's other features that we have planned, but I don't want to mention them now because if anything I mention is going to be on the web form within 30 seconds. So, but you know the usual features you'd expect. You know, better UTF-8 support. You know, improved fonts and blah blah blah. Shinier windows. Oh, there's a new icon system that's really cool. Anyway, you haven't seen that yet. That's pretty neat. Anyway, stuff like that. Next slide, please. So what about after that? So let's say we ship 4.2 the next day. What's after that? Well, I want to mention that we don't know what's after that yet. Because Hyperion's management team has changed since about Q2. And there was a kerfuffle about that technical bankruptcy, as I call it. Yeah, that was one of those things where the Belgian government declared them bankrupt, and then they said, no, we're not, and then the Belgian government said, okay, you were never bankrupt. Yeah, but technically they were never bankrupt. It's a strange thing. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So when that happened, of course, they needed a bunch of cash to pay off fighting this thing, because you need a lawyer, yada, yada, yada. And so the management team changed as a result, and now there's 3 directors of the company instead of 2.
How many people are in the company altogether?
3. How many people are in the company altogether? Yes. 3.
3 directors.
Yep. And they're all management. Anyway. It's a strange place. So since the management changed, I've been like, well, we got to work out a new roadmap, right? Because the old roadmap no longer applies. We always had one, but now, okay, what do we do now, right? So we were supposed to hammer that out in August, but things happened, didn't happen. So September went by, now it's October. So it's like, we have to have a meeting and discuss where exactly it's going. And that means picking feature targets, picking target release and target dates all over again. Because the new guy wants to do this, and the new guy wants to do that, right? So that's where we're at, unfortunately. So I can't share anything today because we didn't get it finished. So there's well, the sort of good news is, as users, you have some influence right now, right? So if you have a feature you think will save the universe, talk about it, right? Always watching the support forum. We have a Hyperion support forum where you can put in feature requests. Those aren't going into a black hole, even though it looks like it. Like every time you say something, no one ever responded. They don't care, that kind of thing. Well, no, we're collecting all those up to develop the roadmap, right? So the more the more you want to say, the better, as far as feature requests. Now, in the public web forums, I know I stopped reading them because they're just too full of negative people. I don't like negative people. Yeah, like, why be negative? You can be positive. So I stopped reading those personally. Once in a while, I'll just scan a thing and just sort of giggle. But so if you put feature requests in the public forums all over, it might not make it through. Another way to make your opinion known is to go to the AmigaOS.net contact page. Those emails go direct to us, all of us, and we see it. We see it. So bad news is, don't really have a new roadmap developed. The good news is you can get your opinion in there now. So, especially in light of the new hardware developments, might have an opinion or two. The Tabor board especially opens up all sorts of new low-cost ideas. The X5000, that could be a server, right? To a point. Not the most secure server in the world, but it could be serving all sorts of your Amiga needs. You know, it could become a network hub. Who knows? It's got tremendous power. So if you have some ideas on where you want the OS to head to better support software, make them known, right? Next slide, please. So in that respect, Amiga developers, we need you. Same as Aeon. I need more developers. So I'm going to point it at wiki.amigaos.net. That's where you start. Go to that page, and everything you need as a developer is on there. Standards, registries, the run kernel reference manuals have all been absorbed into there. All the user manuals have been absorbed into there. All the tutorials. Basically, anything I could get the rights to is on there. And that includes all of the developer material since 30 years ago. All the Amiga mail is on there, everything, right? How much energy to get the permissions? It usually is very easy, to be honest. The hard part is finding the authors, because it's been 30 years, so, right? Yeah, they've kind of moved to this company, moved to that company. Their old email addresses are long dead. So fortunately, Google, DuckDuckGo, that kind of stuff can find things. Oh, developer CD? That's all on there. Yeah, yeah. The examples, of course, are on the SDK, but the material is all on there, yeah. Now, we focus on 4.0 and up, so some of it I tossed. That was 3.x only. Some of it kept, so it depended on how relevant the information was. Yeah, yeah. But you no longer need an Amiga developer CD. Now, I heard rumblings within Hyperion that they might want to produce another CD and sell it. Oh, okay. Well, I guess you can, right? Because some people are excessively lazy, and they might just want, all the wiki on a CD, in a nice, orderly fashion. They don't want to go searching themselves, so that might sell. I don't know. If they want everything in one place. Now, I don't know any other platforms that do that anymore. No, pretty much they point you at a wiki like this, say, "Good luck to you, sir." Have video tutorials and stuff like that, but they always start with a wiki or similar, right? So I don't know if the days of the Amiga developer CD are over or not. It's hard to tell with this crowd, so. Maybe we should. Maybe we should partner with Aeon and produce a CD, hey? Oh, hey. He's not even looking. Okay. We'll see. Next slide, please. And questions. There you go. I wanted to keep it brief.
I have a
Question, sir.
So I'm curious what the current legal state of the source tree is if Hyperion was to go Polygon. I hear it's not in escrow. Is there any construct around the source code that would make me feel comfortable developing for a platform?
Right.
That if
Okay, so the question is, if Hyperion went bankrupt again. Oh, no, it didn't. It didn't. Would all my efforts as a developer be wasted, right? Because the OS goes into vapor, right? Well, there's this thing called the settlement agreement between Amiga Inc. and Hyperion. Now, this settlement agreement was accidentally or not made public at one point on the internet. I think you can still find copies. Is it true? Yeah, they're still out there. So that there's no secret to that part. The secret is how to interpret it, right? So if you read this thing, I've flipped through it, and it's in lawyer gobbledygook. But in essence, okay, they go bankrupt. Amiga Inc., as it is today, does not get it. It goes to somebody who wants it. However, Amiga Inc. can say, no, I don't like that person. Go to the next person. Yeah, right of denial. Okay, so that's the stage. So it doesn't go away, but you don't know who the new guy is going to be. Does that make sense? Yeah. Now, if Amiga Inc. goes bankrupt, they get it all. No question. And it just becomes normal. There's no, this denial thing goes away. It's whoever buys it up gets it. Yeah. But right now, I think if it went bankrupt and somebody bought it, they don't necessarily get it. So I don't know how the money works there. I don't know. Yeah. You could get it. I could get it. My offer's $50. It always will be. I have a standing offer for $50. I might win. Anyway, the question from the back.
Past the 4.1 final edition, are there any platforms that you guys, the Hyperion has definitively decided will not be supported into the future?
So beyond final, are there any platforms are going to drop, basically?
Correct.
Not that I know of, no. The Cyberstorm is the obvious target, but it runs on WinUAE. So a new player has come to town. So yeah. Initially I thought that was a dead end myself until they got it running on WinUAE. And I was like, oh my, well, this is an opportunity. I would say the Pegasus is a pretty juicy target as well, because it's dying off, the hardware's dying off. But there's still many users out there that have registered, and you don't want to abandon them either, right? So it's a sticky situation. So I can't say any of them are going to drop yet. Yeah, can't say. At some point, you just got to give up, though. You got to drop something, but not yet. So, another question from the crowd? Yes, sir. You got a couple? Oh, okay.
The first one is, why can't we have AmiStore preloaded?
Why can't we have AmiStore preloaded? I mean, it wasn't on final edition, I think, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
with new machines, it'd be great. But right now in the workbench menu, we have a 20% license go for it fires up Ami update. It's wonderful.
Oh, yes.
It'd be great if there was an interface called store.
Ah, okay,
Right?
so,
And then I could point it to whatever store I wanted, which 98% of us would be AmiStore.
yeah.
Right?
So the question is, why can't we have AmiStore preloaded, and then I go to the workbench menu and select store, and it just goes? There's no reason why not. Yes. I'm what's the term? Lobbying the Hyperion management to do that. You know, I want to see a store button on there, and it can point to whatever store you like. But I think we all know which store it's going to go to. There is an attempt for another couple of stores that have happened in the past. Jack had a store, this Jack tool, remember?
Oh, that was
I think it's still there.
Richard Blake.
Yeah, there. Yeah,
Pascal's got something, I
and
think,
I think there's Pascal something has a store as well that maybe users want. So Maybe you need 3-store selection or something.
But it'd be a nice
Right?
thing for the user once he gets his new box. Where do I go to get
Yeah,
stuff?
see,
Oh, there.
yeah, you know, when you install it, you want to put content on it right away.
Absolutely.
And on other platforms, you just go to the App Store or Apple Store or whatever store it says on there, and away it goes, right? I agree. We should have that right, direct, obvious.
Has Hyperion considered the possibility of working with Tony Milan and others as a collaborative effort to address some of the shortcomings inherent in the classic form WinUAE? Obviously, if you're emulating solely the Cyberstorm accelerator and Picasso 4, it's only 120 megabytes on that board. That's how it's on classic. There's only 4 megabytes of video RAM. But it's emulated, so we can kind of fake that out.
Mm-hmm.
Get more storage, more video RAM. That's
Yep.
something that Hyperion would be considering at some point.
Yeah. So to repeat the question, I'm going to summarize. Is there some cooperation between Hyperion and the WinUAE developer, Tony? Could there be some cooperation to eliminate some of these restrictions on the emulated version, right? Because the severe restrictions are RAM and video on the emulated systems. And absolutely, there can be some cooperation, yes. And I've suggested that as well as a developer, saying we should have some more cooperation with Tony and whoever else wants to work on this emulation to make it better for WinUAE users. Because I don't see a downside to it personally. Maybe they do. This kind of rolls into the roadmap again, right? So are we going to target this platform, this one? Do we want emulation? Do we not want emulation? Are we allowed? You know, those questions need to be hammered out. Yeah, and I haven't had a chance to do that yet, but it's definitely on the list. It has not been removed from the list yet. Yes.
And other than the feature requests, sorry, maybe there's another question.
No other questions yet? Oh, we got one over there. Give that man a chance.
Well, sitting here thinking about multi-core support in the future,
Multi-core, yeah.
will that break backward compatibility with classic software?
Will the multi-core break backward compatibility with the software? Well, as a software developer, I will say yes, absolutely. Not everything will just run. That's not how things work in software. However, it's the degree that you break things. Yes. So the idea is that you want a high percentage to not break, 90 something, right? Yeah. But I don't believe it's possible to have 100% compatibility. I don't think any developer would say that when you do something that extreme like multi-core.
So there's not going to be a planned break like there was between Mac OS 9 and OS X?
Oh, a planned break like Mac OS 9 to 10? Yeah. No, not doing that. No. That 9 to 10 kind of thing, that requires a massive amount of resources as well. Yeah, and the customers did not appreciate that.
Well, their consultant was the one who recommended it.
Yeah, well, it's a recommendation, sure, but the customers didn't appreciate that. I know I had 9, and I was forced to 10, and they really forced it fast too. I noticed, right? Because yeah, we gave you this emulator, the box. You can have that for a while, and then whoop, the box is gone. Where'd the emulator go? Oh, you're on 10 now. What? I thought we had fat binaries. It went really fast, right? So you kind of wonder, why did they put in the transition effort even? Why didn't you just cut it off already, right? Now they had the advantage of a larger user base, slightly larger. Oh, screen blank. We don't have that advantage. And yeah, you need a reputation for cutting people off at the knees. No, that's true to some extent with Apple. Yeah, like we're moving. You're either with us or behind. So, yeah, that's true. Any other question before we go back to LD? Because he's got the web questions too. So.
No, I gave those to you.
Oh, I'm supposed to read them?
I can read them.
Okay.
However you want to address them.
Okay. Any other questions from the room? Oh, Trevor. No. It says, do you want to comment on the Tabor FPU question? Oh, goodness. I don't know who started that, but it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. You know, I think that came from some people in web forums or something. They got wind of it, and then they looked up the data sheet and went, oh, look, the FPU is incomplete. It's the end of the world. Oh! Well, I think as Amiga users, we kind of know what this is like already. Remember the 68-881? 688-882? Remember that? The Amiga didn't have an FPU. And then they added one. It was super cool. And then they took it away. And then they added another one. 60060 was missing a bunch of instructions that were emulated as well. 040 was missing a bunch of instructions. Yet somehow the world went on. I don't know how. So I kind of laugh. Yeah, it'll work. We've done this before. As Amiga users or customers, like we've gone through many, many times where the hardware guys change their minds, take stuff off the die, put stuff back on the die. The SAM, I think, was mentioned. It's missing some instructions too. Did you notice? There you go. Another question? The 1222, yep.
You specifically said you're targeting 4.15. Are you also going to target 1222, or is it too far off?
Oh, so the question is basically, are you going to ship final edition on Tabor, so to speak, 1222? Or is that the target? Well, right now, of course, it's running whatever version we have at this moment, which is 4. Final plus a bunch of changes. So it depends how long it takes to finish, right? If the 1222 takes too long to finish, then it'll become 4.2, right? It'll be too late. So it depends when things ship in time. From my point of view, it doesn't make a lot of sense because we're always running latest, right? Latest doesn't have a name. It's just latest. It's now. And we just go. And so we haven't picked a target because you just run whatever's latest right now.
Well, yeah.
The software runs on whatever the hardware is, and it's the version it is right now. Yeah. Now, when it comes time to ship, you got to pick something. You got to give it a name. You got to give it a number. But given you can invent a schedule and try to work to it as well, right? But still doesn't answer the question what's going to ship on it, because you don't know yourself until you get there. Yeah, the X5000 will ship final edition. I've been told that. No question. Tabor, I haven't been told. So, yeah. So I don't have a clear answer to that. Sorry.
You ready? There's a bunch.
Yeah, well, we'll see how much time people want to put into this, but go ahead.
All right, Bill Toner's got a very involved question, but I'll try and summarize it. With respect to multi-core support, is this going to be a situation where you actually have multiple copies of exec running on each core, such that you can do funky things on one of the cores, so that like one core is for more compatible applications, the other core you can do some sort of different.
Okay, so I understand the gist of it. Basically, it's multi-core. You're going to have multiple copies of the OS on each core. So that's one way you could approach it, right? Kind of spooky. No, that's not the plan. The plan is to do it the proper way, which is, one copy of everything where you can. Sometimes you do have to duplicate things, of course, because they are kind of independent computers. But no, we're not going to go down that road too far. Yeah.
A500 fan from Amiga World is wondering if multi-core could move along a little faster if Thomas got some help.
So the question was, can multi-core move along a little faster if Thomas got some help? Well, that implies a lot of things. That implies you know what's going on. How do you know Thomas is working on it today? How do you know only Thomas is working on it? How do you know he needs help? Now, I think the question really is, why isn't it shipped yet? I'm going to paraphrase that as, what's taking so long? How can I help? That's really what we're getting at, right? Well, there's a lot of complex things going on, like technical bankruptcies and such, that have delayed things a lot. And everything that can be done to make it go faster hasn't been done yet. I know that. We can definitely speed this up. And I'm trying, as a team lead, to influence things to go a little quicker, but I can only push so far before things snap, right? So there's nothing the user base can do to help, really. A couple $1 million? Yeah. Well, even then, you know, there's always strings. A donation, yes. But even money doesn't help. Like, you know, you have a new investor come in, here's some money, and I want, what? You saw that on Viva Amiga, right? Tramiel gave him a lot of money, but strings, there's always strings. So there's no easy answer, is what I'm getting at. Unless it's a pure donation, and you walk away and never look back. Even then it might not help, because we might go buy a big building and spend it on rent in a year and it's gone. And, foosball tables and things. That happened in Washington State a while ago. Anyway, no names. So no, there's not much you can do from an outsider's point of view. I'm sorry to say, but we know it's taking too long, and we know we're trying to fix it. What else can I say? Yeah.
Question from Rob at Amiga.org. The question for you is Steve Solly hat on.
I get to put my Steve hat on. Good.
Here's the Steve question.
Steve question.
Yeah, seeing as Timberwolf has lain dormant for years now,
Mm-hmm.
could the source be released into the public domain just so anybody can work on it?
So the question is, since Timberwolf has been lying dormant and nothing's happened, why can we release the source code so that other people can give it a try, right? Yeah. So as you mentioned, Hyperion's not involved in that in any way whatsoever. So this is Steve answering, because I happen to have a copy of that source code on my hard drive, and I've compiled it. And it is a bit of a bear, yeah. But the people who made the changes to it allowed me to do that because I asked nicely. And I have to go back to them and get their permission to release it to the public, right? And something happened in the web forums of all places, and I think there might have been some email threats as well, where people threatened them with violence and just, swearing and all sorts of nasty things. Yes, being stupid, right? Saying, you got to release it. It's ours. I paid money for this. Beep, 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 beep. That kind of stuff was happening. And when you do that to a developer, that's not a good idea when you don't have the source code. Okay? If you have the source code already, yeah, sure, swear at them. If you don't have the source code, don't do that. Now you pissed them off. Now it's spite. See? Yeah. So you're not going to get the source code until you apologize. Even though you paid money, don't be a jerk about it, right? So hopefully the people have cooled down since then and we can get it out again. But we're on the whim. We're at their mercy, right? So don't yell at people. What can I say? Be polite. You can be assertive without being an a-hole. Yes, yes. Yeah, see, I've had this problem with many other developers too. I'm not picking on Timberwolf guys at all. I mean, you just don't yell at people. They're gonna give you a piece of theirs, right? So, so no, I can't do it right now, but I will try again. I will try again. Maybe we'll get lucky this time and things have cooled down and people aren't jerks about it. We can get it out there and we can get moving on. That would be wonderful. Next question.
Epsilon's got 4, which you've already answered 2. The first one from Epsilon is, with the addition of multi-core 4.2, will the user experience substantially faster speed? And if so, what areas of the operating system will show this the most?
So the question is, say we have multi-core finished. Will the user, you guys, experience speed increases, a wonderful experience, and what was the second part? Again, sorry, I lost
Which
it.
operating system areas do you believe will benefit from the additional core?
And which areas will benefit? So there's kind of a two-parter there. I could say from experience on every other platform with multi-core, no, it does not go faster. It only goes faster if your software is designed to take advantage of it. The fact that you have 18, 16 cores does not make your computer faster at all. It in fact makes it slower, I would say, slightly. Now the hardware guys try not to make that happen, right? But there's more work to do now. We got to keep track of stuff. There's caches everywhere, all sorts of, what do you call it, fabric or, yeah, all that stuff. I would think it might go slower if you only use, if you don't use multiple cores and you're on a multi-core system. It might, not perceptibly, would you say, LD?
The overhead is slow, but they're designed primarily for multi-threaded workloads. You've only got
Yes.
one thread, no matter how many cores you have.
Yes. So
But you never only have one.
it's designed for multi-thread, and you're only putting one thread on it. You're getting all this overhead that you're never using. Yeah. Now some CPUs might be able to shut it down nicely and what have you, but so no, it won't make it go faster. No, absolutely not. But it will go significantly faster in areas like DOS, for example, where there's one process here, one process there, and they're both loading, right, from different devices. Now they're running independent on the same, in parallel, on different hardware, right? Zoom, it goes faster, way faster. You mean the developers will be happy? Yes, developers will be thrilled. So, see, as long as each task or application, whatever you call it, is on a different process, we can move that around as the OS. We have the power, so we can make them run in parallel. Now, if they talk to each other, you're back to semaphores, mutexes, right? That kind of thing. Yeah, the comment was, yeah, with streaming videos and stuff, now your TCP/IP stack can suck stuff on this core, and your display presentation manager, whatever you call it, can display it on this core, right? And that's absolutely true. Yeah. Now that kind of flies in the face of some of the stuff we've been doing recently, because we took out the context switching to try and get more speed, and now we're saying, oh no, put it back in. So. As usual in computer science, there's never one straight answer, is there? Yeah, but as a user, I'm looking very much forward to running UAE in one core and AmigaOS on the other core. That's what I'm looking for. I want to run something really heavy like an emulator on this core, and it just does its thing, and I get no slowdown over here. I'm still on AmigaOS, right? That's what I'm looking for. That kind of scenario would be wonderful, right? Now, when we get the 4-core, we can have 2 copies of the emulator in a movie. And that, right? That's going to be a good day. Yeah. Plus the video, plus this, yeah. So.
Another question is interested in, do you have a plan for integrated backup software like Time Machine?
Is there a plan for integrated backup software like Time Machine? That came up on the developer list a long time ago, with the new management team, especially. Why don't we have this? Where is this? You know, I'm kind of team lead, right? Working on it? I actually did ask one of our developers to look into this problem a long time ago now. And we've been working on this backup library, or whatever you want to call it, which is a building block for getting to that point. Up to now, it's been up to third parties to fill the gap. And, oh, third parties. An enhancement, maybe. Have you looked at backups yet? Throw it back to Aeon. So, but there's an underlying service that the OS should provide, of course. We can't just throw it all to third party, because DOS especially is complicated when it comes to backups, because we've got these things called links that just make it really complicated. File permissions are special as well. Another question. Yes, yes, yes. So this is like, can the X5000 maybe become the backup server, the central hub? Kind of like, what was the Apple term for that? The time capsule, and you buy this box and it sits somewhere, and it can even do it wirelessly. That's all it does. Yeah. It's kind of an appliance even. But you want the X5000 to become the master, perhaps, right? Yeah, that's exactly where we want to go. Yeah, where you can do backups wherever you want. And it would fly across wireless or wired, excuse me, Ethernet. Oh, another question. Let's stir them up.
So many modern software companies, mostly enterprises, have this concept of the customer council. And it's usually a select group of customers that the company brings into the fold and reviews new things and asks for their advice. I mean, you have a community where people can just throw emails at you. But there's probably kind of luminaries in the Amiga field that probably should sit at such a table if there was such a construct. Has there ever been talk of such a thing?
So the question was, try to summarize a little bit. We could have some luminaries from the community, basically, that would come to a, what would you call that, council? Customer council, right? Where we could all chat together and try to figure out where the customers want to go, where the corporation wants to go, where the OS guys wants to go, and try to come to agreement, right?
Maybe under an NDA.
Yeah, well, there's the legal construct, of course, but NDAs are easy to whip up. Not worried about that. But you know, I haven't heard of that talk in ages. We had this way back, Phoenix Consortium. Remember that? Maybe before your time. We've had another couple of attempts at that, where you have a group, a consortium that represents the users and where we're going to go. But we haven't talked about that since Hyperion got involved, that I know of. So that's an excellent suggestion, because I haven't heard talk of that in ages. Because a lot of us are professionals in our real jobs, and we play with stuff that's very expensive, very fast, and we still come back to our Amigas in the evenings, kind of thing, right? And we have very informed opinions, very informed, and they're free, which normally you would charge a couple $100 an hour for, right? So we should tap that, perhaps, right? Yeah, I love that idea. I do. Yes? We do have the beta testing team, yes. Yeah, actually, we do have a little bit of that already. Yeah, they're customers, they're beta testers, and they're experts, and we do see them flying around. However, we do tend to silence them at times, right? Which is a big mistake. No, you're beta testing. You shut up now. I don't care about your enterprise class this or that. That's a mistake, right? Because, well, it's the wrong forum. The beta testing forum is not the place to start talking about that. We need a consortium kind of forum where we can talk about this stuff and get useful feedback. Yeah, so you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. I'll get a volunteer soon, I'm sure. We need someone to organize this. But I'm going to take that feedback back to Hyperion. Yes, thank you.
3 more questions from the forum, if that's okay.
3 more questions.
3 more.
Can we live? Okay. Throw another
Ryan
one.
at Amiga World is curious, what is currently holding up Gallium 3D, given that there's already a port of Gallium 3D to AROS since 2009?
So the question is, what's holding up Gallium 3D, really? Yeah, the other operating system's irrelevant.
Well, I think his point was,
No.
could you leverage that existing code?
Oh, well, licensing, yeah, of course. Can't touch it. So what's the holdup with Gallium 3D, basically, right? Well, it's fallen victim to the same thing the multi-core has fallen victim to. Basically, there's a whole bunch of factors going on internally, and developer gets yanked for this, developer moves over there, developer quits this, moves to that, bankruptcy pops up. So it's just been a disaster from a team lead perspective, from my perspective. I look at this going, oh man, this is no good. Where's the progress, right? Well, there's nothing the user community can do, and pointing out other ports is irrelevant. Well, we need, if we get donation of money, that kind of thing, right back to the multi-core, or why is Timberwolf taking long, or whatever it is. There's not much a user community can do about that at all. Now, if you have volunteer developers experienced in that area, that would be helpful. So if you have some developers who may have worked in this this layer of Gallium before on whatever platform, because it's on many platforms, raise your hand if you want to help, right? Because that would be helpful. But we don't want inexperienced people that think they know what they're doing. That's worse. That makes more delays. You need people that have done this before. And they're very rare indeed. So Gallium's kind of stalled. And I didn't even mention it on my slide, because I don't see any significant progress in there. So I'm not even going to say it's shipping for 4.2, because I don't think it's going to. But I may be surprised. We'll see. Thank you.
Okay. Nicholas at Amiga.org asks about, please tell us the launch date for the Apple G4 laptop port.
The launch date for the
Yes.
Apple G4
Any
laptop.
other info you're allowed to make public about this port of OS 4?
Okay. I don't know. No comment. What he's talking about.
Okay. Jose at Amiga.org is curious if you all are looking at supporting a specific Power 8 or Power 9 motherboard in the future.
Power 8, Power 9?
Well,
Oh my goodness.
Power 8 now, Power 9 in the future.
Oh, okay. Well, Aeon, you got the Power 9 server coming along? Yeah? It's nice to look into the future, but that's pie in the sky kind of thinking. I do appreciate the sentiment. Looking forward. You Power 9, Power 10, 11, 12, but I have to work. Within the confines of reality, and the reality is you're always 2-3 years back. So what's in the news now? That's not what you ship now. You ship 2 years back from now, right? It takes a long time to develop boards, long time to port things. It's not just snap. So in general, when you see these new things come out, you can't just say, oh, I want that. It's Trevor. Comment. Why don't, oh, another question. Why don't you port to a cheap x86 board? Well, x86 is incompatible. What can I say? We'd have to do a trick like Apple did. Either you totally break compatibility, or you run in a box, that kind of thing. You virtualize things. Now your hardware's cheap. The scenario is interesting, because once you move to x86, you're in competition with everyone else now. That includes Windows, Linux, everybody, RISC-OS, we're all there, BSD. You're not alone anymore. So as a user, You're like, oh, this is cool. I can run Amiga on there. After a few months, you're like, oh man, I can't get this done. I'll just switch to Linux. And then, oh, I forgot to switch back. Pretty soon, you're not using it at all anymore. It's the kind of scenario. And I found this happen myself with my x86 machines. Like after a while of running Windows on a laptop, I dropped one. One just disappears because it's so much easier to do X on this one. And pretty soon the other one falls behind. I don't even update it anymore. If you,
Would that be a way to get more AmigaOS customers?
is it a way to get more customers? Yes, initially. You wonder about the long term, though. The long term. Is that what Amiga users want? Is they want run AmigaOS on their x86 board? Okay, you have it now. Now what? Are you going to run it anymore after a while? I don't know. There's also the possibility of mixing them, which is kind of neat. I can do that on my Mac right now. I got Windows and Mac at the same time, right? Well, what I end up doing is running one application in one or the other that I don't have that is nice in the other system. That's it, right? I don't care about either system. I don't care if it's Mac or Windows. Yeah, it's all about the application now. I don't care anymore. So I'm not sure Amiga users are like that. I don't know. It just doesn't, as personally, it doesn't feel like a future at all. It's more like it's being absorbed into everything else, and you're gone. Poof. Assimilated. Yeah, it's a slow assimilation.
I don't want to be assimilated.
Yeah, most of us don't. Like I like the weird hardware. I gravitate to that. That's my thing. Okay, sexy hardware. Sexy weird. Like when Aeon made that hardware, I was like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Like as a professional, that's the dumbest thing you could ever do in your lifetime is make a custom PowerPC laptop, or not laptop, a board in general, right? Or laptop, anything, right? There's hardware that costs 50 cents over here, and you're spending $100,000 to make this new laptop, or this board that I want to make into a laptop. See, I want a laptop. I want a laptop, Trevor. Anyway, okay. and I love the weird hardware. Alice, yeah, Alice is the closest we have, layer upon layer, this or wrapper on wrapper, whatever. Anyway, you know, I like the weird hardware, and you know, when I run BSD, I find some weird hardware too. I don't run it on my x86 this. I want to get some Spark machine and, you know, or MIPS or something. I think that's what most of us are. Now, kind of, it begs the question, can Amiga compete at all in the real world? Like, if we were on x86 right now, would anybody buy it? Would anybody? Like,
Yeah.
this room bought it, now what? Yeah, delete Windows. So you fire up your word processor from 1980. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, it's a quick way to make a buck, but then I wonder what happens after that. I don't know.
Especially when they find out that their apps won't run on it.
Yeah, none of the apps are, well, they'll run in a box or emulation for a while.
If you're going to emulate,
Yeah.
then why bother putting
Yeah, but if you're going to emulate, why are you bothering? It's like, I'll just run a new app. Why would I run, like say, one example is Blender. We have Blender, right? Okay, I could run Blender on my Ubuntu, or I could run Blender on AmigaOS, right? It works a hell of a lot better on Ubuntu, because I've got all these cores, and everything works, right? And the support is enormous, because if you're porting to some other strange OS, you know how much support you're going to get? So, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but we'll see what you guys do. Yes, question?
One other question.
Oh.
What support is contemplated for AmigaOS in the future?
What support's contemplated
Yes.
for
In
AmigaOS?
other words, is there going to be official support available?
Well, there is no official support available today. It's post in a web forum and hope for the best. It's our current support model. Or post in an IRC channel, hope for the best. Or email contact and hope for the, yeah, there's no paid support, anything like that available that you can get in other places. I don't know how much demand there is for that, personally. You might get a few people, though, that want official support. And if you start charging for bug reports, that's a bad press. Remember when Microsoft did that? So I don't know. There's no talk of it, for sure. It's always been best effort.
One of the comment along those lines is the documentation that is being generated currently will go a long way toward doing that.
The documentation will help as well, yeah.
Yes, and it is excellent, and if you haven't seen LD's printed version, you should look.
Oh, he's talking about our documentation wiki.
Yes.
Because LD printed some brand new ROM kernel reference manuals using Wikipedia Press, or Pedia Press, right? And boy, did that create a buzz in the room. Boy, everybody's like, oh wow, new ROM kernel reference manuals, where can I get it? Well, everyone can get it. It's on the wiki. You hit create book, you made your reference manual. Yeah. And it costed $20 for the cheapest option for the per volume. It's printed right there, ready to go. So sell signed copies. Yeah, you don't want my signature, but maybe somebody important. Another question from the audience? I thought I saw a hand. No? Okay. Oh, there's one. Dave, yes, please.
The argument for staying on weird hardware
Yep.
is, to me, a very weak argument.
Oh,
For the sake that you're afraid you're going to lose your existing user base if you go to common commodity hardware, because then they can just run anything they want. Well, everybody in this room wants to run AmigaOS or whatever the other things are. You know, they're not automatically going to desert AmigaOS just because you put it on cheap commodity hardware. You know, and the advantage of going to the cheap commodity hardware is then you're on the same playing field with all the developers in the rest of the world. And as Trevor's pointed out many times, what we need now is content, content, content. If you have more developers, because you have the right kind of hardware, you have a much greater chance of getting more content, content, content. So I really kind of, it makes me think, what's going on here? If we're aiming to be weird, we're shooting ourselves in our foot.
yeah. So that's a very good argument. I know that one too because I made it myself before, right? And it's basically if you're on commodity hardware, you're not going to lose. You're going to win, right? And I believe that to a point. But then I looked at you gotta. It's a tough thing because you see all these other OSs on commodity hardware, and they have their little communities, and they kind of carry on. They're not Amigans, no, but there's a lot of them. The list of OSs on commodity hardware is very long, hundreds. So yeah, you make you wonder, okay, what will get me a new user? Okay, it's super cheap, fine, even free, right? The barrier to entry is nothing, which is fine, but yes, quite.
So we'll talk about x86.
Sure, x86, yeah.
We've got these boards that we produced, by the way, I love, and I spend a fortune on, and I'm like, how can you continue to use it? Because I like it.
Yeah.
Let's say for the sake of argument, we do go x86. Given the current state of resource development, you guys have Hyperion. What's that going to take? How much money is that going to take? Because obviously, of course, we have unlimited funds, don't we?
Well, yeah, the argument to transfer, yeah. Yeah, it's very expensive.
We can just port to x86 tomorrow. It's all your fault.
Yeah. Yes. I must have the will. Yeah, you never know till you try either, right? There's that argument. You know, you don't know till you try. You know, it's going to cost too much. There's always it's easy out to say, no, I can't do it. I understand our argument too. But I looked at, for the one example that really burns in my head is AROS, right? Been on x86 forever. Nobody runs it. Barrier to entry, 0. Nobody's running it. Right? Yeah, it's not AmigaOS, no, but it's got all the memory, multi-core, everything. Nobody cares. That seems to be my opinion, right? And the apps don't work properly, you know, whatever. But yeah. Yeah, yeah, and our applications that we have in an Amiga world are not always as advanced as they could be. Kind. And yeah, it's a really difficult thing. I mean, I think the way Aeon's going right now is okay for now. But the future beyond that, you're like, well, why don't you just go to commodity hardware? Why don't you do this? I don't know what the answer is, but I've seen one burning example of what happens when you do and you don't do it right. Sorry, but I don't believe AROS did it right at all. Nobody uses it. I mean, there's a couple hundred maybe. Yeah, that's it. A few vocal people, but there's no users. I always say to the guys who are pumping it in the web forums, why are you talking to me? You should be talking to all the Windows, Mac users, everyone else in the world. Your entry is 0. Say, look, Amiga's back. Come run it on x86. Why are you talking to me? I don't care. I'm running this over here. I'm not going to convert. I enjoy this, right? Seem to be talking to the wrong people entirely. And if you were talking to these people, you have almost an infinite pool of talent. There's thousands, not thousands, hundreds of thousands of developers out there. Why aren't they coming to your OS? Answer that question, right? That's the question you should be answering, right? As any OS, like, why aren't they coming to you? You got to answer that. I don't know what the answer is, right? But you got to answer that. Yes. Yeah, and the Indian issues are enormous, of course. Yeah, and Apple couldn't even do it 100% right with all their resources. And then, you know, if switching platform or switching hardware is fine, but yeah, I still go back to the point of you know, don't sell to us, sell to the rest of the world. You know, if you have a clone OS, stop talking to me. Talk to the outside world. You want those users. We're only like a couple thousand people. You want tens of thousands of people on your platform to keep it going, right? Why do we keep fighting? I don't understand. See, so whenever, like for example, whenever I do any PR or anything, I go outside Amiga. I don't go to you know, AROS exec or Morph Zone and post, come get new final edition. Why would I do that? Converting people isn't the market, right? Yeah. 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 Right now, it makes the most sense. Yeah. Today. But future, it's going to end, right? Yeah. Yeah, you disagree with being strange for strange sake. Right. I don't know if I agree with you. I don't know. I really like being strange. I don't know. You know, but yeah, the money's going to run out. Yeah, yeah. And then what? What do we? Yeah. Yeah, we don't know. Yeah. But anyway, I don't know what the answer is, Dave, but I fully understand your point of view because I was over here too, like this, doing that same argument with a bunch of other people on the mailing list saying, oh, we should go to this. We should go commodity hardware. Why are we wasting our time with Aeon stuff? We should move on. And then you flip around again. I don't know what the answer is. I don't. Well, unless you break compatibility and you'd run it in a box. You know, that's the usual thing. But then you wonder, why bother again? I don't know, just because you want to live on, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, we do whatever we want, right? Yeah. Yeah. But I think I've used my time. Thank you. Thank you.
We have a change in the presentation schedule. Bill Borsori was scheduled for yesterday afternoon and asked to be moved to this morning. So do we want to see his presentation now or after lunch? After lunch. After lunch? All right. So, Bill, it's after lunch. Okay. Okay. And then we'll have the presentation schedule as given in the program.
Okay, everyone. We're going to take a quick lunch break while we get ready. I'm going to start my presentation probably about 30 minutes, about 1:10. Whoever's here is here, whoever's not is not. So just give us about a 30-minute break and we'll be back. I'm going to leave this microphone on so there's a little background noise for you guys to listen to. Cheers.
Safe journey? Thanks for coming out. You going gambling? Going gambling? Yeah. You're going gambling, huh? What are you going to do with the winner? You don't have to take care.
Yeah, I'll see you online.
Yeah, sure. I'll probably get on the
You want to get a poster or a instructor for 30th man?
No, it doesn't lose money anymore.
Oh, Roy's here. She's sitting in the lobby.
Did you want to buy any of the 30 stuff?
No.
Yeah, possibly.
Seriously? I've had everything, yeah.
Oh, no. We gotta get work. Yeah, we gotta get your armor.
You can hang this up.
I'll give you my board. I will give you, I'm not kidding, I will loan you my X5000 if you want to go work. I'll give, you can have it.
I have to convince the management. Yeah.
We're gonna hold on.
Oh, good. Good job. Yeah, please. Yeah, I could find
It's getting up there.
some developer didn't have a board. Get this many boards. He had a board with it in 48 hours. Yeah, I love that. Listen, it's good. Apparently, I love that. I was shocked.
I sold $1 worth of things, guys, what are you gonna do?
I got you some stuff, but talk to Amiga.
Yes.
It's like, wait a minute, this makes more sense for public radio.
Yes. But that's all you need. You don't have to have experience with these structured settings. They're kind of converging on a little. I don't mean to be insulting. A little bit.
I would argue that's possible for things like fixes a board, power, easy as whole.
Is it? Oh, so that's.
Yeah, because things over there, it's totally different because the instructions over there are after the So you actually put something on an assembly. That actually fires up something on an X-Tap, then fires off the control program.
So they have the whole power to.
This is for parallel.
This, yeah, because I mean, back in the day, right, your laptop was all over the week, right? You had tons of IO traffic. Right, you had dedicated processors that talk to dedicated IO processors. Run all these IO programs.
Well, it's not just that, for example, I think.
In your old world, right, I send a request to an IO device, right? I turn on my spin, I wait for an interrupt to come back and say,
I think so. I think it's
Apple loads for second most PowerPoint recombiner.
I've never ever encountered something like that.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I'll give you the second one, right? Let's say I want to do like, direct viewing on a network Xbox. In something like CM or something, I'll do you're actually doing all this stuff in there. I mean, there's so much stuff. It's so. Is there even a side? Yes, and it's a big giant meeting.
Everything's happening outside.
Well, it's going to come on that was we got over 140 customer users. We had to use a bunch of cores ourselves to do it. I mean, all your items in there in PowerPC. It was a security. So in a given box, you got over 170 processors doing computation. You've got over 600 processors doing I/O stuff. And I think before we start talking about all the things you've got to remember. So, do you understand like why I don't mind getting like tiny money? Well, wireless can play with this. It's very cool. So it would be very easy to make a real-time system. Well, not so much a real, no, not real time. The point is that we could do things where we have workload, right? And you write these rules in English. You say, I want the following transaction class on the following server to take place with such and such microseconds, X percentage of the time. And you write these rules. You go off and you arm all these operators. And then workload management does it. Makes sure that it all works.
Is that in the hardware?
Partially it's in hardware, partially it's in
Hybrid?
yeah, we actually have that's kind of that's all really good. It's so complicated, but it's really freaking cool. Well,
I hope it works.
that's my job now.
I hope it works.
That's my job.
I can't imagine how many bucks it can last for a year.
Well, I mean, not so.
Yeah, this is true.
Tiny piece of bring up on the machine is to take more than a year. And over 100 people. There's a lot of like
but yeah, it's really to work on the great job. I got it. Okay. Yeah, there's a few carbon cards. Sure thing. Thank you. Great to meet you. Take it on.
Mr. Steele, it's a real pleasure. We hope to get to see you again next year. All right, take care. Have a safe trip back. Jobs? Yeah. The one I have, a paragraph about where they went to Commodore. Maybe it's not. Especially, I guess,
Well, they went back to that. It's so much. Yeah, they should have won.
Yeah.
And then why did you say about laptops? I don't think Claus was there. I know.
Watch. You really don't feel confident that these guys are coming over. Yeah, it's all that, not to get it correct. Maybe what we do, have Commodore take over and Apple.
Oh, yeah, that's the option too.
I mean, be honest about it.
Well, real about it, of course. Now, hindsight, putting in check. Alberta system above Montana. So flat, no trees.
Well, not only that, but there's nothing between there and the little cold fence.
Can you see Russia?
In my dreams, no, no, it's a little bit further than that. Yeah. Northwest Territories. Now we're getting closer. Of course, you go the Alaska way and you go there.
Yeah, it's funny enough, the bit about being able to see Russia from Alaska is actually technically clear because there's a pair of islands, one of which is part of Russia, one of which is part of Alaska, and they're only about 2 miles apart.
International date.
No matter how much I really, really detest Sarah Palin, apparently she didn't really say that.
No, but she said something. But she didn't. No, she didn't literally say I could see Russia from my house. That was actually Tina Fey playing Sarah Palin. However, but she did say that Russia's our neighbor, so I'm in a good position to understand the Russian way of thinking. Or something
Well, actually,
like that.
I think I probably prefer the one about I can see Russia.
That's more accurate.
I have an offering.
What do you want me to do with it?
This does not work with my driver.
Aha! I'm going to take it home. Thanks.
It works fine under Linux. It works fine under Ubuntu. The second OS 4 loads.
Is this Brian?
It is.
What's the drive?
The drive. I took Bill's CD-ROM and it works fine.
Oh, thank you.
It actually locked up later, but that's going to
Okay, okay.
So,
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
He's gonna come back in 10 minutes. With
Here, take this one.
That's what.
Yeah.
That's the thing with LG.
You ready, drivers?
Lucky gold.
Lucky Gold Star.
This is one of those companies where one of them works fine and the next one off the production line won't work at all.
Yeah. But firmware wise. Hardware, I guess they're okay. Their firmware is right.
Somebody here the other day was talking about the little ham radio transceivers, and the first one that I bought worked fine until I plugged a speaker mic into it. And when
By the
I
way,
unplugged the
I think
speaker mic,
64
the
bits
speaker
work.
radio
Yeah,
did
a lot more different.
obviously
Of
a weak spring in that.
I'm on.
Yeah, I don't have a
Yeah,
radio
you
license, so I don't know.
Multi-core, it seems to me, is not necessarily that bad. I don't know. I don't know how much it changed going over to Portals. I haven't really looked at the OS4 APIs, but at least the older versions, anything that needs to be exclusive would use either forbid or change. And so if you extend those processors, then everything that needs to have particular data is locked. No, just for the original. I mean, you don't want to use all cores.
There's another service that they're a little similar.
You can avoid it, right?
Oh, yeah, well, sure, it's, yes, a more long-term thing is to try to move to a more finely logic. But you can start out by just fixing those things and think of it.
I hate the fact that you rent a
Save radio selling unused for $30.
What?
Yeah.
What?
What?
I'm running the SATA drive. I want to say, it's SATA interrupt for.
Really?
I can't do it. I'm not within the EDI. Every other, system I've worked on over the years has had an ability to disable or root or whatever.
Or sometimes it goes by levels, because if you want that disabled, it should behave consistent with the kind of disabled one that we already have. Then disabled may give them interruption, also disable all the ones that.
Exactly.
Yeah, but if no other processor happens to hit on that spindle at the same time, it has no impact.
Should be rare. Figure out what the hell wrong with
Hey, that's fun. Now try also supporting port multipliers.
Yeah, well, that's in there too. And then they have errors. Yeah, you're right. There's a whole nother. Oh. Yeah, I've disabled that code so far because it's just extra complexity for no advantage. Eventually, to turn it on eventually, because port multiplier is extremely popular when you only have 2 ports on your board and you're not using commodity hardware. Oh well. I gotta go put this in my file.
It's just the repeaters.
Repeaters, not right.
Yeah. You have to know how to, in some cases, you know, bring the repeater, if you go to a certain place, stops. You have to get your book out, okay, what are the codes I need to bring up that next repeater. If it doesn't come up, okay, I'll let it probably down.
One thing always existing is you have to connect them across a module repeater.
Yeah.
Do you have to know the codes for each repeater? Or do you just need to know the codes for the repeater?
The codes are pretty much, it's almost like a phone system. The repeaters are all pretty much the same codes. But if you're going to go out port 1, it's this code. If you're going to go out port 2, it's this code. But the repeaters each have an address. So you punch in the address, and that repeater should come back to you. So once you run that one up, then you hit the address for the next one.
So you have to know the address for each one across the chains.
Unless they're already hooked up, that you just left up. It's not unusual to turn the radio on and hear guys talking. I turned it on one day and there was these two guys, I wish this rain had stopped. Listening for a while. There's a couple of guys in Houston, Texas. They had a hurricane nearby.
Yeah, I mean, that was...
See you, my friend. Drive safe. Till next time. Keep it loose. Keep it clean. can you hear the sound of my voice? You probably can. To the folks online, I want to say thank you. I don't think bringing this up is going to do anything there, so I got to bring it up over here. Make that just a little bit louder, maybe, hopefully. Thank you very much, everyone, for attending online. We still have a little bit more of the show to go, but we are on the show floor doing our food time, so we're going to be eating. Not sure what else I can do to say here, but it's a good show. Say we had about 40 people for the banquet last night. So a little smaller, but not bad. A lot of folks put a lot of energy into the 30th anniversary at the History Museum, so that always takes some time. We just had presentations from Stephen Sully and from Trevor this morning, which is always good to hear from our friends there. They talked about new hardware, some of what's going on the software side. You know, there's progress with OS 4. You didn't hear too much from the people from MorphOS. Unfortunately, they don't, apart from Dave Morris, who's been fantastic, we don't get a lot of representatives from the MorphOS side of the house coming. They're certainly invited, welcome to talk about their products, but they don't tend to show. So, AROS as well. You know, we don't try to exclude anyone at AmiWest. They just don't show up. So it's not like they have said we want to come and everyone said no. So that's why it tends to be very OS4 focused. So, you know, the Amiga community is a community of people. You know, those of us who've been in it for quite a while know that there's been a lot of, you know, conversation and consternation and infighting and bad blood and bad words. And as long as that continues, we'll continue to be in the situation that we are. But if we want to move past that, you know, such things are possible. We just have to do it as a community. Okay, testing one more time. I think the batteries died in my headset, so you didn't hear all the half stuff that I just said. How's it going, man? Awesome. Spinning down on another AmiWest. Let's see if I can get this working. So one of the things that I had said is if you have any questions about the show, or if you want me to go chase someone down and ask them something, feel free to post it into the chat window on the YouTube screen, and I'll check that in a minute or two. As I mentioned, the background noise is me just beginning to pack up the wondrous stuff that I bring to the wondrous show here. Next year should be good. The X5000 should be available. Tabor should be in beta. Trevor's Alice project will be in the marketplace, so maybe people will show up with some laptops, white laptops with Amiga stuff running in them, which would be fun and interesting. I cannot find a VGA cable. Somebody took my VGA cable. Oh, I'm put money on that. But yeah, I'm sure somebody borrowed it, which is all fine and good. I've been working on this Amiga 1200 since the 30th anniversary in Mountain View, and I have another boot drive I wanted to try with it, hopefully be more stable. But I now need that. I need my VG. Oh, there's one. Maybe. No, that's. No, it's different. It's for this guy. Shoot. I thought I threw a VGA cable in my bag, in my boxes of stuff here. Oh well. I don't know where it went. I don't know where it went. Walk around a little bit, see if I can go find one. Maybe Alex has one in his stuff. Okay. Okay. I'm in the other side of the room. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. Take that back. So we're going to do a couple more presentations to the end of the day. Unfortunately, the broadcast is probably going to be shutting down. Hey Dan, do you have a VGA cable? A VGA cable? Regular VGA? I'm going to put this on mute for a minute. Okay, so it's 1:22. I'd like to get out of here fairly soon. We do have a fair amount of stuff. Unfortunately, when I leave, we're going to lose the broadcast, which I apologize for. Luckily, Robert's here, so anything that I don't broadcast, Robert will film. And he is very good about posting it. He just finished posting a lot of the Amiga 30th videos that he took. And due to some technical troubles, we didn't get as far along on those as we had hoped. So, again, hats off to Mr. Bernardo, the savior of the Amiga legacy. Did you ever convert those videotapes that you took of the early AmiWests of like Bill McEwen when he was talking at the Ramada and stuff like that?
They are converted, but they haven't been transferred over from Good TV. But Good TV will no longer accept my videos. They said, we'll get them off of here now because we're deleting your account.
Oh no!
So Good TV deleted my account. Well, I saved 99% of them.
Okay.
I just I haven't uploaded them. Re-uploaded them back to YouTube.
Explain what happened to what did you do wrong first?
I didn't. Someone else broke it. So basically, this was plugged in here. The bottom thing wasn't there, and they put it on the edge so that this touched the bottom of the SCSI header touched the bottom of the keyboard.
Yeah, because I see the right pin is bent.
Well, bent pin isn't going to cause it not to boot. Okay.
They might have shorted it out.
I know. So the question
It
is,
looks like it might be the second pin behind the first on the right because it's a different color. It's not like all the rest of the pins. They're all and this reminds me. Go ahead.
No.
This reminds me of 500 because the 500, you know, is exactly just like this. you
Yep,
know?
exactly. Oh. That's really dirty looking. Ah, crud.
There's nothing on the backside of the back of the board is the MU table or this.
Hmm.
So far, the only thing I would have to do is have me take the memory stick off. What I normally do is I like it so far on the visible side, I don't see the damage. So it had to have been shorted out.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Is that got damaged?
And if it was hitting one of these damn pins on in the mounting bracket area and shorted out on the board, then someone just shorted it out on and cost you a pretty penny on the card.
Yep.
And you have 1 meg of memory here, or 2 megs?
I think it's an 8 meg stick.
8 meg? Oh.
Yep.
Single-sided is 32 times whatever. It's just a difference, but yeah. They might have shorted out on the line.
Hmm.
It could be one of the little diodes, and it could be a resistor, and it just shorted it out.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, brother. Cost what, $400 for that thing?
No. I don't know. I don't have any idea. I don't remember.
I know you had it for a while.
Yep. Yeah, I was just in this machine. I didn't do much with it.
I just hope you have a good trip.
Thank you.
Seriously, I do. I wish you did have a good trip. What they're doing is they're going to. I hope it's an easy trip though too.
Yeah. Well, it should be fun.
Well, it's not so much
Okay, this is all right.
If they need to learn something, they better learn it quick.
Yep. So, just waiting for the food to show up. Appreciate everyone who's still connected. What I'm going to do is walk through a number of Amiga games, including Gorky 17. Steve Sully was able to get a copy from our friends at Hyperion, and so it was shown at the German show most recently, and we'll have a copy here shortly to show off on the American side of the world. Also got a couple other applications to play with. Ooh, which reminds me, I should go test to see if that one is working. Because we're tight on time, I'll try to keep it short, probably about 30 minutes. Also, Alex Perez is going to be talking about a new hardware product that he's helped bring to the Amiga marketplace. And that's a SCSI to SD card adapter. It's actually a really nice device. If you have older machines, you want to keep them running, you can use his SCSI to SD adapter and be able to power those bad boys. Sweet. Okay. Sorry, everyone. Just playing a video game. Still waiting for food to arrive. Just playing some AmiCraft, because you know, that's fun. Oh, I'm ringing. Okay, so it looks like things are happening. The folks are getting back into the room, so we're probably going to start fairly soon. And then I'll work on taking stuff apart. So that can stay with Robert, so he can continue to have board feed. I'll just pack up all of this stuff and be ready to rock and roll. Yeah, I do.
Can that be
I
heard?
do.
No, it can't be heard in here.
Perfect, thank you.
No. It's
1, 2,
issues.
3,
It can't be heard in
4, 5.
here.
Awesome, thank you. I appreciate it.
That's too bad I didn't make it to the Amiga 30.
Yeah, it was a hell of a thing.
Find out.
I hear you, man. It was, you know, it's one of those things that's tough, but it was a hell of a thing. I mean, it was a hell of a thing. The guys from the Sacramento Club were, they were incredible. Dan did so much work to help that thing go on. It was amazing.
He's always our hardware guy. So.
Yeah, he's fantastic. Doesn't complain, gets it done, does all of this work, busts his balls, busts everything. And he's super nice about it too. Without the help of the Sacramento Club, it just would not. There's no way. It would have been anything like what it was.
All the guys came out, really.
We had a lot of folks. I was blown away. We had a sort of I asked all the Commodore people to get up on stage, to just get up there so we could see who you were, and the stage was full. I mean, there was like 50 people up there. We were blown away by how many of the original and other Commodore folks showed up. It was really nice.
Nicholson wasn't really involved very much with some of these other things, but he
Who?
came out and felt like a seat.
Who's that?
Nicholson?
Ron.
Ron Nicholson.
Ron, yeah. So he sent me that story was totally true. He emailed me and like, you know, hi, my name is Ron. I'm one of the original Amiga developers. Like, one of the original people who spec'd out what the Amiga was going to be.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I've never heard of you. And he's like, well, here are the patents. And I'm like, oh, cool. And so it was great that he found me, because I had no idea he existed. You know, we don't go back and check that stuff very often. So it was wonderful that he was there, and Joe DeCrew as well. Joe is the only surviving Atari 2600 chip designer left. He's the last one. Yeah.
Food's here.
Oh, excellent. Food is here, everyone. Woohoo! So we'll be starting the games presentation momentarily. Cheers. So, food's here. I'm gonna start munching. We're pretty well set up to get started with the games presentation. I appreciate that people like that. I enjoy doing it. I didn't get as much time to prep this year, but we got a couple of good games. We got Gorky, we got AmiCraft, Secrets of Middle City. A lot of these guys are actually, some of these guys are going to be commercial games, which is another amazing thing that's happening. So I'm going to put you guys on mute so you don't have to hear me chew too much. Grab some food, and then hopefully we'll get started soon. Where am I? On 3 or 4?
It's doing strange things to my color balance.
Let.
Color balance is thrown off.
Oh.
Stop here. I'm going to close this color.
Get to the other side of this so we don't get the ringing. That's still up a little high. Right here. Yes, lights up. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Tell the dude with the Halloween Whopper that his poop will turn his poop green. No, I think that's me. Uh-oh.
Whopper is black.
Well, I hope that doesn't impact my my tummy. So, hello? Hello? Test. That's not too high. Test. Okay. Bring that down just a little bit. Okay. Let's get started with Amiga Games. So Amiga Games, thanks everyone for attending. Alan, Robert, love you guys. Robert, Ryan, thank you. Okay, so Val was kind enough to let me borrow his Amiga X1000, which is a fantastic system. I have selected a few games for us to take a look at today. I'm running the audio board, so if it's too loud, then I apologize. So I've been doing the Amiga Games things for a while now. We have about 30 minutes, and then I have to kind of take off, so we'll have some fun. First game, very simple. This is available on, available from the Emmy store. It's called A Frog Game. It's not very expensive, just a couple bucks. Designed by Endwicker. Basically, you can play 1 or 2 player. You have a frog, and the job is to jump across the pond and collect flies before the other guys gets them. Not super exciting. The way you play is you have 2 actions. You can jump with 1 mouse click, and then you stick your tongue out with the other mouse click. But you got to be careful. See that green one? See the other guy got knocked out? Oh, I got knocked out. You can play 2 player. You can have 2 people playing.
2 mouses?
Oh.
2 mouses?
I don't know if it's 2 mice. I think it's a keyboard and mouse. I don't have another person to play with.
So if you land on the other guy, you knock him out?
No, you're trying to grab the flies and not get those little green ones. So like that guy got, because he got sick because he ate a sick fly. So there's actually some challenge here. There is some strategy. I think I'm kicking his butt, but then again I'm a person and I should. Okay, this is a frog game. Very simple game, but a nice way to spend a few minutes on your Amiga. Okay, that's a frog game. We're gonna go quick here. Next, I wanted to try this port that popped up onto OS4 Depot quite recently. It's called Cannonball. You notice that it says Outrun. Let's see, up, down, left, right, accelerate, brake, gear, start, coin in. Oh, there should be music for this. I'm not sure if the music is coming out. Hold on 1 second. No, it might be happening. No, I've muted it. It should be there. Okay. We'll give that a try. It was working earlier. No, it's going to the board. So anyway, we might not have sound for the rest of this, apologize. So the way it works is you actually have to download the ROMs. What's interesting about this game is that they so you got to insert coins. That's the hard part. But what we're looking at is a re-implementation of the Outrun video game. So they didn't write Outrun. They call it Cannonball. They didn't write it. What they did is they wrote the arcade machine that reads the ROMs. So you have to get the ROMs and plug them in, and you get the game. But what's nice about that is it's not running emulated. It's using all the original content. It's a brand new game, just using the original content from the ROMs. So if you liked the Outrun game, it's really nice to use. So give me 1 second, I'll see if I can figure out how to get the coin in there. So press coin in. I'm going to do 4 this time. Menu's 5. Okay, you know what it was? The 1 key is the special key. That's why. Okay, here we go. Aha! Here we go. I think it's manual gears, so I'm going to blow the engine. So this is Outrun, not as a clone, but this is a re-implementation of the game. So it's a fresh PowerPC AmigaOS 4 port. Oop, I'm off screen here. Uh-oh. No. Must be set to automatic, which is good. Let's go drive. So you can see it plays very nicely. You got the full sound. You can also go change the music piece, but I have that off. It's all implemented. Very fast playing because it's been rewritten for AmigaOS 4 just using the original ROM. So hats off to the developer. This is the Amiga X1000, obviously. It's the best we got. And we're getting a solid 30 frames a second. No problem at all. Okay, so there's Outrun. It's a fun game. It's a good one. It stands the test of time. I guess I took the fork in the road. Okay, that's enough of this. We gotta move on. So highly recommend it. You do need to get ROMs. The ROMs I had were actually renamed, or named incorrectly, so I had to make some changes there. Next up, this is AmiCraft. So you might have heard of the Minecraft craze that all the kids are playing today. It's a very basic game. There's no instructions. Spacebar jumps. The W key moves forward. The mouse buttons do stuff. You see here I have like a piece of plant. I can change this. I've already started playing a little bit. The number keys along the top move the bottom there as I select the different options. So if I want to go to the stone pickaxe, I would choose the stone pickaxe. I've cut a little hole down here so you can start going underground to mine some more stone. You got to be careful as you're digging down because you can trap yourself and then you have to dig yourself out. And you can jump and break stones. And there's all sorts of things going on down here. If you keep going deep enough, you can find lava and water and all sorts of craziness. The game's central tenet, just like Minecraft, oh, we're a little trapped, there we go. The game's central tenet, just like Minecraft, is based on crafting. To save you some time, you have to press the E key. I've never actually killed one of the animals before. They're too fast for me. Yeah, so with the E key, it brings up the crafting screen, and here you can see what recipes you have. And there's more recipes to be found as you move through. So the way it works is you pick your basic item like a plank. A plank requires 1 piece of wood. We have 5 of those. So if I hit the craft button, you can notice that our planks are increasing. If I wanted to make a stick, that requires some planks. If I wanted to make a stone sword, it says need crafting table. So you actually have to make the crafting table that you use to make the rest of the stuff. So just to reiterate, oh, chickens are easy to kill.
Where do you find the recipes? They just come up this thing,
I don't know, I haven't gone that far. I think as you collect new materials and you get further along, then the recipes reveal themselves. But if I go to the crafting table here and I choose the stone sword, it's a stick and it's 2 pieces of cobblestone. So notice I crafted it and it popped up here. So now if we put it there, and we can put these things in our inventory, and again, there's no docks, so you have to basically figure it out. If I click on 7, we're now using the sword. That should kill the chicken. Oh, and we got a feather. So, here we have a feather now. So if you collect string and feather, you can build a bow. And so you can shoot things that are running away from you. And from a level of technology, you saw on the crafting screen that you can actually make TNT. So I haven't found a vein of coal yet. If we go back to the crafting table, it'll tell us. Yeah, so you have to make the gunpowder, make all the pieces, and then you can make that. And then you need fire as well. So it's a crafting game, I mean, immensely popular. Microsoft paid the creators $2 billion. I don't think the creator of this on the Amiga side is going to get a $2 billion check from Microsoft, but he can certainly ask. So we need sand and we need gunpowder. So you explore the world and you find these things. There's also bad guys that pop up that will try to kill you and you have to kill them. You can make armor. So we can make diamond leggings. We can make flint and steel. An iron chest plate is an iron ingot. Iron ingots come from somewhere. Oh, here's a bucket. I guess you have to find iron ingots. I guess when you get to the iron things. You can make a house. You can make a fort. You can build up. You can do all sorts of just crazy things in this game. Wood panels. Oh, what do I need? I need more planks. I have to go chop down more trees. It's it's the type of game that definitely gets you hooked on it. So here we have 4 ladders, and now we have some planks. So if I go and do number 2. I haven't quite figured out this part of it. The Q key throws it on the ground, but there's a way to like deploy stuff. But I haven't figured that out yet. So the game is all about exploration, all about learning. And then you can build, and people have built like Starship Enterprise by carving away. If you go to YouTube and search Minecraft, you'll see amazing things. So that's the AmiMinecraft. A couple controls, very basic, but it's a fun game. You can play it for a little bit of time. Next up is another Wickler X game. This is Swamp Defense. This is the second version, so it's a little bit more story to it. Some new creatures, some new weapons. I'm not going to play this too much, but you basically have your guys coming, and then we can put our little shooter dude here. And let's see, let's throw a gooer. Yeah, you're trying to kill the bad guys. So the old man is throwing the toothpaste on him to slow him down. And then, oh, we're out of money. So we need to kill a few more to get up some more money so that we can try to kill these guys. Nope, I think we're not gonna make it. We're gonna lose too much. Uh-oh. I think I just lost. Yep, I lost. The genre is called tower defense. Oh, this is the second wave. But we're trying to collect enough money so we can get more people to start shooting the bad critters here. So right now I'm at 141, and as this guy shoots them, hopefully he'll kill. There, now we can go. So now we have multiple shooters, multiple peoples. No, they just do it automatically. They just do their thing. So my strategy is all wrong here. I should have put the goop person up front, like here, so that as they're coming through, they get slowed down, and then put the gauntlet of shooters. So there's some strategy to it, all the rest of it. And you can move through the different, you move through the map, exactly. So you can buy that on Ami Store as well, which is great. This is one that was requested by our good friend Trevor. Again, and Wicker Z X. So here is a bubble shooter game, pretty simple. You have your bubbles and you have your targets. You can change out the colors, although these are the same. So I think if I click here, it changes to purple. And that's yellow. Very, very common game on a lot of platforms. Ton of mobile phones ship with these things. They did a nice job. The graphics are good. Some nice gameplay. Let's go to green and we'll fire it off. And you can bank them off the walls. Because the way it works is you get a pop when you get 3 in a row. So I pop red. So now if I go to yellow, I can drop that whole chain by dropping the yellow. I did. So you can drop those over, and if I can cut the other side here. Oh, I missed it. Yep, yep, yep.
Can you choose the color you're shooting, or is it random?
It comes up. So you can change the color, but you can't choose the colors. Oh, that was a big drop. So if I get this right, and then if I get that right, and that right, we win. So Trevor said he's on level 190, and he's stuck. You can buy specials. So you can buy these different features. So if I wanted to send the exploder, it blows the ones that are up there. And then what does this do? Oh, it pushes it back up. So at 190, when you got a bunch of money, you're buying these things. It's coming down fast. You're pushing it back up, all that kind of stuff. So really common game. It first popped up in the arcades on the Neo Geo, and it was wildly successful in the arcades. So they've done a faithful port of that. Next is a game that just popped up on the Amiga. It was originally developed under Linux, so we need to actually modify this and replace the penguin with like a check mark or something. If anyone here remembers Paradroid, old game from the Commodore 64, really excellent game, a lot of fun. This is based on Paradroid, but it is a RPG. So it's more of a story. Sorry, a little sign that has to be done here. It's more story-based versus Paradroid, which is very much arcade-based. So we're the penguin. We're clicking around. You can interact with the world and the people in the world. So we can click on the old man, the old guy, and then we can have a conversation with him. Obviously, I'm going fast here just to show it off. And then there's like an evil robot that shows up. He says target acquired, scanning non-human life form, current status unknown. I can say hello, and he says that he's going to kill us, a Linarian. Destroy, which is, I mean, I agree with. I think we should destroy all Linarians, right? So we can punch the robot and kill him. Whoop. Yay, we killed the robot. And then you can collect the armor and the wrench and get all the different pieces. And then he drops some stuff. So you can walk around this world and explore. The old Paradroid had a great mechanic for combat. That was one of the coolest things about it. The storyline for Paradroid, I think this is somewhat similar, was that you're on a spaceship and you're a robot, and you actually interface to other robots and take them over, and you upgrade your robot, and they have different features, and you're trying to clear the hostile robots out of the ship. I haven't played this enough to know what the what all the things are, but there's like a inventory screen. You can get different levels, different items, bunches of stuff like that. So this is a brand new port, just showed up on OS4 Depot, and I'll be playing it a bit more. Very happy to have it because I love Paradroid. And then let's see, this is the Tales, what is it called? It's the Secret of Middle City. The Secret of Middle City. So this is actually a fairly ambitious project put together by some folks in Italy. It's a Hollywood game. They're using a lot of the Hollywood effects. It's a point-and-click adventure. Simon the Sorcerer, Loom, Monkey Island, those types of things. But they put a lot of effort into it, and it's available multi-platform. So we can start a new game and 8-bit music. And so you can see it's very colorful, very cartoony, but they did a really good job on the interface. Have a nice day. So we can go and click on the different areas. So here our character walks in. This is a little bit of an intro. The game was definitely made with Italian sensibilities. Very cartoony. And it's very text-based here. Once you get through the dialogue, you can get to the game itself. And you can also turn the dialogue on and off. So it's the sort of game that's not high-paced. It's much more thinking, collecting stuff, moving around.
A relaxing game.
Yes. So. Yeah, exactly. Very turn-based. I don't know if I'm supposed to be doing something here or not. Oh, I think this is where I'm supposed to click and talk. Uh-oh. Nope. Okay, so now we have the magnifying glass. So we can look at the city map. Let's see. Talk to the different people. Oh, it's actually, it is just looking around, isn't it? No, we can't click there. The mighty Agent Cox. Yeah. Very Italian sensibilities. So it's not a fast-paced game, but it's a very rich game in terms of content. They've been working on it for years and years and years and years. So lots of little details about the spider, police station main hall. I think there's like an inventory screen you can call up when you get into the main game. So it's one of those things that takes a while to play, but well done. I don't know if it's going to be for sale in Ami Store. I think they've released a CD version you can buy. So again, Hollywood game, well put together. We got two more. This is a fun one. This popped up a couple of months ago on OS4 Depot. Again, it's a Hollywood game. It's 50, 70 megs. And it's Who Wants to Be an Amiga Guru? And it's all in German, which is more fun. And so it's actually styled like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Okay, who knows this one? 1618, right? Let's see. Oh my. Oh, I don't know about that one. My German's not very, I don't know any German. So it's like, anyone got a guess?
What will the kind of 20-year-old Amiga if you don't take care of it?
Oh, okay. What's that say?
A work contract.
Which one do you think it, what is it?
What do you think?
I don't know.
The last one means capacity, so that's what.
Ah, we have a German in the audience. But some of these things you can understand, right? So World of Warcraft, Bard's Tale, or Zack McCracken.
Which one was that one?
Ah, World of Warcraft. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah. So you can actually kind of learn German. And it's got like the 50% thing. But a lot of times just looking at the answers, you can kind of tell. So it's a nice game. They put a lot of effort into it. Like I said, it's 70 megabytes. There's a ton of graphics, lots of music, lots of good stuff in there. It's available on OS4 Depot. The last one to look at is the new game from Hyperion. We're very lucky to have this. This is Gorky 17. Running it in a workbench here. So Gorky 17 is a game that came out probably the 2001 timeframe, maybe a tad earlier, and it was being ported by by Hyperion for a long time, but they've been busy with a lot of other stuff, like making this intro animation. So, it's a game they got licensed to, and they're just now making it available to us. I've actually never played it. I've never seen it, but as they announced at the German show a couple weeks ago. The NWECR guys spent a lot of time on the game engine and playing, and I was watching Darren Stevens yesterday play it quite a bit. You have multiple characters. It's also fairly turn-based in terms of what's happening. I'm going to skip through the intro. You have to buy it to see the rest of that. So, somewhere in Poland in 2009. Those are our characters. Gorky 17. Military experiments. Why are we here? We don't know. We're here with smallpox. So they're having a conversation. Let's get to the action. Okay. Oop. There we go. So we can click and the characters will walk and they'll follow. And I think I can click on another character and make them primary. So again, it's a point-and-click adventure, kind of like what we saw with Secrets in Middle City. But this is designed to be much more of a combat type thing, as opposed to a cartoony game. It's got a lot of great awards. I guess we're in the combat phase. Out of range. Do I have a gun? We haven't got a gun yet. So we'll punch it. Yeah, that's what you do. Punch the evil military experiment. Oh, it's the enemy's turn. Uh-oh, I fed him one of our guys. That's gonna hurt. Oh, player turn. Let's see, who's got a pistol? What does that do? Oh, we don't have any skills yet. So I'll walk over here. Right mouse button to go to attack mode, and we'll punch the bad guy. So I'll click on this other dude. So it's this guy. Right click to combat mode, and we'll punch the bad guy. Because, you know, that's what I would do. And then he can step away, and then we'll click on this guy, walk up, right click, punch. Yay! Do we get him? No, he's still alive. Oh, he's about halfway. So I'll have this guy walk away. I think he's our brute. And then you click the end turn button here. And then down at the bottom you can see the health. But it's puzzles, it's action, you can get different weapons, so sort of like Infocom, but more real-time walking around. Ha, you're dead now, bad guy. Oh, +2. So we'll walk up. Whoops. Woohoo! End turn. Dark music, dark content. I didn't pick up a weapon yet. No flamethrower. It'd be nice to start off with a machine gun or something, as opposed to have to fight the crazy alien science experiments. I think we're gonna get him. He's almost done. Bam. Yay! Now we killed him. Victory is ours. Oh, we got 24 experience points for one stinks. Yep. So there's like things to explore, and the way I was watching Darren play it yesterday, he played it for like an hour and checking things out. And there's some corpses that we can loot. Always fun to do.
I need one of them spleens.
Yep. So that's the Gorky 17 game. So we'll exit this, and that's it. So those are the games I wanted to show off. There's been a few advancements. A lot of those were commercial titles, which is great. You know, the more commercial titles we get, the more money people make, and hopefully they make more stuff. So, as always, support your Amiga community developers. Buy some games, play them, enjoy. Okay. Goodbye, everyone. I'm outie. I'm outie.
Yep. Thank you, Bill. So our next demo is going to be... Whoa. What happened? Okay. Okay. Something happened. Anyway, our next demo is going to be Amiga Users and Apps by Paul Sadlick. And probably do a little break right now, so probably about 10 minutes. And we'll do another raffle. So see you back in about 10 minutes.
Okay, everyone. This is Bill. I'm going to be signing off now. I got to head home, get ready for a flight to Japan tomorrow. So I got to pack up and do a bunch of stuff. So I will talk to everyone later. Thank you very much for watching the video stream at AmiWest 2015. This is the end of our broadcast. Robert Bernardo's here. He'll be filming the rest of the presentations, and he'll get them posted to YouTube in time. So thanks again. Take care. And Viva Amiga.